with more The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time on our last adventures of Ace Attorney, we completed the third adventure and found out that our client may or may not be a murderer. So that was interesting. Today, however, we're doing an investigation as we take charge of the adventure of the clouded Colo.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene.
Well, let's set the scene.
And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
"19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms are so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the USS Borea, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive, and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that some money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away now. If we are not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Lord Chief Justice. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Suzuha-sama is amazing. We didn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Hello. What are you doing here? Yes, I believe you had every comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. Did you know Mr. McGilda was guilty as hell, by the way? And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! Did you forget about that, Ronosuke? Brah. You are no longer a student for the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Where are those birds coming from? Is John Woo in the background? My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. I would hope so. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a new fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing turns a lawyer but any practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Oh boy. Out of the fire Out of the frying pan into the fire. Just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. Ronosuke, that's like the understatement of the century, my brother. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. I may turn on the heater, by the way. It is freezing in my room. Goodness me. I am cold. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Banzieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. This can't help wondering if Mr. McGilda really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you need to let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Gladys McGilden passed away immediately following the trial. You say, what now? He was the one who burned in that stupid freaking thing? What? No! What? Mr. McGilden is dead? John Woo, get out of here! I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Time enough for me to go get food, actually. I'm gonna order noodles. Hold on. Why is it so cold in this room? Oh, I should put on my jacket, actually. Jacket obtained. Food ordered. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilden had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. Oh. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. Police have identified the corpse found inside the charred shed of the church as that of McGilden. That's awful! Why was the slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere? Beth really needs to pay more attention. You're telling me? And how could that have happened? It is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilda talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. The matter's no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilda. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow! Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Suzuto-san has such a way with words. Thanks, Suzuto. You seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. John Woo! Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Strongheart, that was a trial against Van Zeeks. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case is anything but simple. Circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. That can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Sus. Well, I don't know about that. Sussy baka. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I fully admit. That much is at least an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What if he was going to say... what was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me, it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Ranosuke, getting to the heart of the matter. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. This guy's obsession with time is little concerning. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. So this is an investigation and trial. This trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. The fucking face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilda's trial. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! The situation remains unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. You are the worst person in the history of people, Strongheart, and I hate you. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Strongheart, you're a weirdo. It is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, so there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. You intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Osogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Zoma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works, so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh? Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. Suppose he would have done if he had never made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Sogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. We both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Bye! What a weird guy. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazaba-sama, what did you mean? Wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. Just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Oh, this idiot. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. The place is made of marble. Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's what this place feels like.
And I have to go grab some more milk to add to that. So.
Thank you. That's why this place feels overbearing, I'm sure. Menacing little giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Thank you, Mama. We did have 1%. Dad lied to me.
No. This was Hennessy and I bought this yesterday.
Oh.
So they didn't when he bought the milk the other day. This was from.
That's we didn't have any 1%. But we just bought 1%. That's my favorite type of milk. The suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. You're an idiot. They roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Uzuto? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where does she get that incredible tone? I'm just distracting myself. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. With those gears, larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive, even. It's eerie. Do Nick clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? Well, I'm not sure you can fiddle with cogs of that size. Certainly you couldn't call him a boy. Thanks, Roadhouse guy. So it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. Are we even in the same room, Roadhouse guy? It's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Anything else to look at? No? I'm just gonna talk to the detective now. Can we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely winter, isn't it? What's what I got to do with anything? Listen to me, young Japanese upstart. Some flippery about weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. Susan told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. It's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here to give the likes of you a talking to. I should have gotten some napkins. I'm bad, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna also put on these slippers. I think these are good. Little man socksies. Oh, I'm so sorry. Could you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? I haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? They're always so busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some pumpkin is here on a job from a country I've never even heard of. What is this accent? In that repetition, that's where a repetition of the I go to tennis! I need to rip this apart as well. This guy's obsessed with fries. Or chips, as they call it in England. And I believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Roanosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Yeah? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant suit. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Of course, Suzuto works on this idiot. It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Suzuto-san? Does Detective mean name something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Suzuto. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Oh, is this Lestrade? Basically, Lestrade in this universe. Lestrade became a girl. The Lestrade name was used for a girl, but the actual Lestrade, the actual Detective Lestrade, is this Gregson idiot. Great. Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On that publication. What's it called again? France Magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Ah, so he is supposed to basically be Lestrade. Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Roanoke, you know Holmes. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Jones isn't particularly known for giving you compliments, you see. Thus he is not. Next to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. It's great, isn't it? But I admit that at the start, my father was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went for the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. Well, she's looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? Strange since he started appearing in those stories. Things gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like! Sure, that's what they said. As sure as eggs is eggs? What the frick is that statement? Objection! That statement makes no sense! Good feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be any more complicated. So to tell you can't be any more right. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. The young woman was walking along the pavement in the Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious. Francis Pickle, what sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Would have finished whoever it was off of a series of takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Nice yourself, Roanoke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after somewhat of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. Must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Perhaps a reliable witness to recognize the person in question? We'll stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? Nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barox Van Zeeks. Dude, I took down Van Zeeks. He is nothing to me. No! It sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. And won against... Don't forget that, Roanoke, idiot. Mr. McGill told him about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeke stands to the prosecution, they call it the accused his sacrificial lambs. In every single tribe which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Favorite and Bailey-like name. I suppose he's learned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. When yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Huh. Then what's of it? Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reba de Bailey, it's impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah! Let's make it came a cropper and not omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say he stayed the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'll have a good long think about that, if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I've been doing as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. Your chips bag appears to be infinite. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the Holden's house, you can meet the criminal himself. Ran him a criminal already. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. We'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Bye. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper de Bailey, they say. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, good. Tell the truth, when I recalled the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The facing the Reaper in court again is... I think it's too much for you. There's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. No. The man they've been arrested is innocent. You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling with the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to handle this man, whoever he is. Like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! My voice is dying. Let's go to the prison cell first and talk to whoever is behind this. 19th February, local prison cell 9. Well, these are British prison cells. No, they're ghastly. Feels just like a dungeon. Listen, having experienced it in Japan myself, I'm sure that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in this cell, here. It's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. Wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to jail. Step by into the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? My cut. I'll see it with no name. Call me by number. It's utterly unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. I think this guy has issues. Also, you look like Edgar Allan Poe for some reason. Is that just me? That might just be me. Right. So can I ask you who exactly... There you are! You've got the Cusby, haven't you? Don't try to hide it! You're a ghost! A ghost? You have so many issues, sir. You mean no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese, by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Okay then. Give me for that was before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown. Now I am a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Okay then. We're gonna guess that this new client, Lord Stronger, assigned to us will turn out to be a fellow Japanese. He's also extremely energetic and very bizarre. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. Dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble! No train! Never failing Nippon! I think this man is JoJo posing on me. I do not know how to feel about this. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can! I will! Shut! Say solid and silent! Not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. Wish I actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as he said. My name is Soseki Natsume. Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Toba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume. This man is posing all over me. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Sosuke, please. I'm a poet, you say. I'd like to have haiku. Damn it, I was right. He did remind me of Edgar Allan Poe for a reason. He's a poet. Something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That reminds me of home. That really reminds me of home. I hear you say you were visiting students and over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, but now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No! What do you mean? You told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. No, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable! Can you stop posing? I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. To the blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi! Please stop. Must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. Not from like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sasuke-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder? Oh, no. It's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did someone have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse! The curse of London! It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient! Sorry, you need to stop. Like, bro. Sasuke-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. So now that we found out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had suddenly cleared, heavy with fog. I'd been at the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to the accursed lodging. To my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? Walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. One, wearing a green overcoat, she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard! Can you stop alliterating? Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my cursed lodgings. That's not good. Don't say it was shameful, I know. Don't run away like that. Tell me, Sasuke-san, is the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. His voice occasionally cracks, I've decided. I see. A young woman, unknown to Sasuke-san. At the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one. Oh, great. It was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. It creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Suzuto-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Sasuke-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. It says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! If that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit? Ugh! You... What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sasuke-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? Didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes. See, right. It was him. That of course the great detective. He led the police to me! Oh, great. Sholmes! Oh, the bad luck. Cursed. Great detective. Could it be? I'll never forget that man's name as long as I live. Whose haughty laugh is still proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! Me, because to the end of your days. Herlock Sholmes! Why does everyone pronounce Herlock's name wrong? I knew it! Mr. Sholmes? I love Sholmes' theme. I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that night I had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing at a silver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the place! Put the weapon down! It was a thin silver. Yes, it was hard, but I wasn't needing a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You really need to stop. You really had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. Since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. Severely shot my man to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife with a man. Me, this week's slopped kitten of a man. What great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time? Mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me. In impossible English. British foreign film flammery! Flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. You're an idiot. Also, are you related to a certain Apollo Justice? Because that's Apollo Justice's catchphrase, sir. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. When we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why was it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? Defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what just this in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But the armband! That's the Manga defense lawyer from our great empire! Keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they would defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, my earshot without compunction at all. And the trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I study more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. Traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me, in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. We can find some clues. It will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. The case to prepare for. Well, that was interesting. 19th February, Briar Road. I'm gonna finish my noodles. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Mr. Police, I gave you all the clues. Go away, snowman. Grippy snowman. No, that snowman is really creepy. Ah, look, Miss Naruhodo. Light regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here, investigating as we speak. That was your job, you know. Mr. Naruhodo to see one with my own eyes. You're often depicting the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamed I'd ever come this close. Oh, Suzuto. Suzuto. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I'll have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your honey dream comes true. Ronosuke Naruhodo, clearly not wanting that. Hello, Inspector. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. He's been to hold himself down. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. I'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do you well. Doesn't bother me. Both in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Stone Cold Air rejection. Hey, Car, London at this time of year is full of Stone Cold Air. Makes it worse somehow. The spike is very weird to me. Oh, British bicycle, look! Although, the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. It must have been doing some breakneck cycling. These bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a moon to change one's dress to a lot of the bright as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not like I dislike them exactly. It's that any occupation involves taking both your feet on firm ground seems reckless. Try walking on stilts and falling into a river. I know you'd agree with me. We'd have to hire a bicycle at the same time. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. But your payment must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. Can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Ah! Oh, just missing scene, officer. Why would that mustache shit from Japan, are ya? What is his accent? Inspiring. Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Don't you know this accent is suddenly getting really weird? Oh no. Here, before I give you an hiding, go on. Shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. Having an experience. This creepy-ass snowman is really weird. What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making a snowman as well. It's a little creepy now. Oh, it has a scarf. Look! Need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. Wish I had one. But our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Snowman wouldn't massage. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. These vehicles like that to rush the grind season. Cut away, criminals. Very well informed, aren't you? It's a long-winded dream ride to ride in one of those for the streets of London. Suzato, you're an idiot. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows, son. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, they'll be fine against stone. You're an idiot! No, I wasn't serious! You are very stupid. It's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. But you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. No, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Liz, I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. Does you no favors at all. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken a toll on the place. It's broken and sagging all over. But it looks decidedly more shaped than the other houses around here. Must find some cheap lodging ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonable level floors. Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. Smoke coming from the chimneys now. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Why are those windows bricked? That is very strange. Sus. I don't think I'm getting anything more, unfortunately. There are spots of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road, soon disperses all the snow. So it's over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. Seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather swell, Mr. Naruto, dressed in all black. Or a coachman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, not here for a rather small concern. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Well, since I read about it in the Victor's... The Herlock shows I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard. It's the most sophisticated place in the organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wear a Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on certainly gets the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Yolanda Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? This thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another of his duties. After that, starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. Let's look over 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. Can't really imagine how far that is. It sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot, that's definitely taking things a step too far. When it gets dark, of course, that's the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my! So as between all those cities, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. Just after criminals trying to evade the law. Not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. Expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. I'm wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart. I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. For every heart will be my heavy head if you do. At around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement, the victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady's still unconscious, man? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. She was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I see. Not actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Yoink. Anyway, I'm gonna take that and investigate that immediately. As far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but... It's because he didn't see anyone. Doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, Mom, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? With 22 very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It's a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. What is this now? Remember the info. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? Phil and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman. Might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Don't be careful about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a Bobby, catching them at the bang and act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. He'll be summoned as a witness. So that will give you something to look forward to? That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. This is a non-judicial assistant that could warn me of that too. Naruhodo Ryanosuke, knowing the truth. Yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color drained from his cheeks. Two Japanese blokes goes on trial tomorrow. They're gonna defend him or not? Well, it's no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt could touch that case with a barge pole. This prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? No way to say the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. Master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. Just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was out, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. This isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting a Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. But if it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What's the reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? Well, ask him yourself. That's tomorrow's trial. Looking at the face of the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Oh. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Well, I don't know where he got his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, and warns around spouting incomprehensible rubbish. Before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gobble! Ah! I've seen this before. Oh, yes, that's France Magazine. A wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several Yard detectives in its stories. The so-called great detective makes mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there is no element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be flunked by the public thanks to the obnoxious detective. He's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. It can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Good, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Those shining eyes. Can't wait, can you? Mr. Natsume did Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did! He really did! Shank's an involved party in this case. Are you just gonna ignore that? I hope not! Still just desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again. Trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. So it's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's something to stop us from going, I suppose. Try to find a right now. This is just someone gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! Summon a carriage! We're reading already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I like how they didn't even bother changing 221B Baker Street.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
To be technical, this is actually the home of... I don't think this is actually Sherlock's place in the universe. I'm pretty sure it was... I'm pretty sure Baker Street was actually, hold on. What's his name? Watson's. And then Sherlock just sort of showed up one day. Or maybe it was Sherlock's. My brain might be remembering things wrong. 30th February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. This is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. This is described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been. Yes. For the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Well, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can you feel your heart pumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at the present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? It's her! Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Or, hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, already me. Go make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. No, she did not. Thanks, Susato. I love you too. The King of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the events of the Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. Sea Spirit, and have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. No, this is also recognizes her too. Ah, there you are. Young girl voice is hard. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. This girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGill's trial in the defendant's antechamber. Never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try to see, it's my special blend, you know. Oh, well, thank you. She's supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! Tripling different leaves and designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? Must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another trickless trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes, you, surely? Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see? Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever day, after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? She deduced all those things, you think? And perhaps more to the point. Why is she here in Mr. Shum's suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Iris Wilson, or as we'll come to know her, Iris Sholmes. Perhaps. Iris is quite the cute little girl, and I adore her. Look at this design. Look at her. Just look at her. She is adorable, and I love her. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Sister Son? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Suzuto Mikatoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? It's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. But at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Gulp! Ah, thinking back now. Left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Yes, an awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Guinea? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It's very nice of her to pitch my invention like that. We're referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption. Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism into my inventions. This girl's dangerous. I like dangerous. Anyway, I brought Guinea back here after that, so she can apologize for my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. The solution is to share the cost of a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? You're 10 years old! If you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh, no. They're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, of course. Go ahead, Susie. Very great fan of the Vicious Herlock Sholmes, and oh, you have a copy of Rams magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see. He tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship, traveling from a faraway land. So it's just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you already offer? Yes, I'll let you in a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Ryunosuke. Of course, I always change one or two details in his stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that's Mr. Shum's fruit floss as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story! Some political license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So you didn't mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Shum's other publishing rights magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor in medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. He's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. You are 10! No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh! Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl, so... I suppose it does, yes. Horses is her son. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. About before. Yes? What's in your mind, Reno? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How do you know all of that? Well, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin! Our system is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh god! First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Reno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. You also said that we only just arrived in London. How do you know that? Observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I'm reasonably confident that you must only have just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Rupert de Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? And then there's a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. We're given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah! The USO seems to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. The race is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGillen, two of you had already caused to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, none of you two was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the person was unlikely to be a friend or relative. Allowing me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. Now how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Early solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been... Ah! Mr. Natsume! Now, Reno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. There was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his nuts with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Lesson, and that was one of my great deductions. Wow, you're better at this than Herlock is. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You managed to ascertain something of Mr. Shum's delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying her style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? So yesterday, Mr. Shum's apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes! Really just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective was a popular man, it seems. Apparently, one was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shitty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. Shitty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki said that he didn't see anyone else on the street at all. It seems there were witnesses after all. Really, his great detective Paxton determined the man's address. It's a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did they find? A short, shitty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Shum's great deduction certainly had to hit mark that time. Of course it did! He's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Sure, tomorrow's too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. No time to investigate properly. Says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Gert is doing its best, but he can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I realized the situation was so dire. Reading is hard. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Aside from money arrives short, crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's a harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. In that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. I want to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment. So yes, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Harley's still investigating the scene. Case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, me? Lily said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, I know, Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Greg see this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it would seem. It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem? Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. We'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, let's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious they would exert any influence over the event of Scotland Yard at all. We'd head back to the scene with our curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Why does the game occasionally just flash? To be continued. To be continued! Nineteenth of February, 2:58 p.m. Briar Road. As though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, so let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us from him. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? So to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. I'm too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. Present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once! Come on! I don't know. That's for me! Ah, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But that's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Ladyship's always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time! Yes, of course. Know about your exploits, Inspector. Read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want me to know? Oh, no, then. Sorry. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. That won't be a problem, says. Well, I've said it's not a problem. Go, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow who's in the right old hovel. Just over there. Look! On the first floor of that house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrett-Deeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? One minute, you tell her that Gregson says his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship! You are weird. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. So now, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. That's where Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum. 19th February. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrity? But indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? Name is Ronosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrity. You see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid! You know, as I understand it, anyone attending an English society employs a number of household staff. That's the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Or to say, it keeps getting better. You guys saw a maid in literally the last trial. Certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? Only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrity will see you now. This way. Good day to you. John Garrity, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ronosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back at the Battle of Maniwin, don't you know? In the middle of my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. Headed over to the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's got to climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. Well, it must take a lot of exercise. Must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? No, Mr. Guaranteed. No doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a fodderall, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let the good people see it, probably. Joan, fetch the... Arrgh! Gosh, old woman, be careful! Oh, dear me, I beg your pardon, sir. You jolly near took off the skin of my hands. Should be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here brightly. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, so I'm sure you're aware. This case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? You've even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Hillock Jones. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Race magazine here, so... no, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. I see. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Well, Mr. Natsume, Mr. Garrity, please do tell us. Oh yes, the Japanese shop. We've been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So we moved in very recently then. Oh, 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor, and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago, you see. It's been... Arrgh! That's it all, Joan! Do be careful! Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion... I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? Seems to have a most nervous disposition. Always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. So to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm really wrong about anything. We'll be calling this man as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else about that struck you suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed, there was. Time to tell us. Did you notice anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Your lodger, Mr. Natsume. Oh my word, yes, the man was sheltered in an orchard. Could you elaborate? Elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. Never so much as passed the time. Day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Just tries up at that old bookshop every day. Comes back with five to light the gas fire. The funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. Gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But never known that Japanese fell to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I said that none of the lodgers live on this floor in the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes, they're above below us, on the first floor of the street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. And the times they go to bed. Arrgh! Good grief, Joe! Be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir! Something doesn't add up here. Every time we get close to getting a question out, she decides to pour tea. on him. I'm gonna redo my plates. It's free. Seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out at the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time at the Gardeep household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. With the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes, was there something then? Nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in there. Arrgh! For the love of God, Joe, what are you doing? What do you mean? What have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. We'll be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Hollow? Oh, yes. I have an exceedingly good memory. As far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Gardeep? We were talking before. It sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Arrgh! Joan Darshall, what's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quiet. Nothing happened. We sat down to make a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Gardeep. What is the matter with these two? Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. What? Sure knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. There's a chance of investigating there, even as we speak? Yes. Told me not his name, to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume is engaged Mr. Shom's services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Find anything that can help us with the case, but we'll have to try. Need other clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, speak of Mr. Shom's gun. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. No screen must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. I wonder. I'm gonna have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Well, it's not, Mrs. Sato. The maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! It looks like a Medal of Honor. It's showcased in a very grand manner. It's displayed with some pride, I would say. Bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? Should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn his grave if I disposed of it. Well, it's the best place for it. In case the bally thing out of my way. And polish a sham by accident, I suppose? Appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Kind of honors even I could be in the line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer, but a number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. What are you... Are those mortar shells? They're enormous! Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Oh, those are things? Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know? Give me a bit of colourful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you do way to hand out the spent shells? You have a problem. Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. You never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well... Joan here didn't manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Had shut it here since 1968, before that, you know. Consider putting them away. Portrait of Mr. Gardeep is glaring at me, I swear. Notice that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gardeep as well. There seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Oh yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with what that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? Chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Wanted to sell him something and came out with that thing. But the fact, now I think about it, I often find myself leaving a place with something I don't need. Lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Some polar bunches, or her friends for that matter. Is there anything interesting at all? It looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? Clearly been well looked after now. That old thing? Pah! Not much better than Reich's really. Oh? Well, that's something I'm gonna grab on my retirement bash, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me would have gladly fronted out, but you know how it is. No, it doesn't have to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? I was selling it off and never tired, so I decided to give it a new home. I don't know when the enemy might attack next! Jill used to have a cannon about the house. You're weird! Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw you what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. I think there might be trouble brewing, Mr. Gardeep. Always is. Take Joan here. Now fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Doesn't move the bell, you see? You draw very well now on the calendar, Joan tells me, which proves my point, I feel. At least to a drying rack. No wonder your huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. What the hell happened over here? There's crockery in display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shells seem to be broken, and the crockery is... Oh dear! It's in pieces! It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that Chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it? You're an idiot. Yes, probably something like that. Let's not delve too deeply here. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up, it looks more like someone has half demolished them than me. Afternoon tea means the time with the adults, you know. It's quite the English way. It's my security so accustomed to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. No, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, that would never do to waste the leftovers. Whatever Mr. Gary doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joe, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Soda looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. Glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Is this being open at all, I wonder? Shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? So you open that window. The tea will freeze in the pot. No wonder we'll go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Miss Sue would have seen anything at the incident, then. Alright, let's go down. Cat! That cat is in extreme high definition. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose the smells of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. This is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Shums anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrity told us, our detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Shums! Kitty! I want to pet the cat. Aww. Look at the adorable cat. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. Don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. So a tricolor Mikke, wasn't it? Did they even know that's what a cat here in Great Britain? Yes, Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's why we feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. And this seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. So as if Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. For on all sides but these tiring old tomes. Surely he dreams of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done. Mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look! The date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. Yes, it's a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He's been on his way back from buying some old books. That might come in handy. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I really think you're all in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. You're forgetting the enormous throwing medal that you brought in your luggage. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. I'll mention Mr. Natsume wanted the same. This cat is sure to bring good luck with him. Doing a very good job so far, is it? I mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why am I on such a giveaway? What's this? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. Looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. I believe that's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there's a pipe gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights in the gas fire for the whole night. To afford going to have a coin, you just have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right. That's what a rich man Who carried Chris White notes? Where? Oh, there's a scary place. Sholmes, when did you get there? How did you get there exactly? Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? That's what I just asked. Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two. Good day. No, let me see. Where was that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together in the SS Burya. Yes, of course, the Burya. Let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazama Sugi. He died, tragically. You were a great help to us. Oh yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh no, my dear madame. No, my dear madame. Hold your tongue! I promise upon my superior positive recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo! And Mr. Sisato! Try to get her way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street sweep the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders had ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I saw the matter no more than 30 minutes. So I apprehended Soseki in that short an amount of time? Pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It was a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and get this to any extent. And you would best forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of intimate wisdom. You know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. You're not even trying with that one. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom. Unfortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. It means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we had some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I should only be too pleased, and this murky room is not place to discuss the murky case. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. This book's stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all work of English literature. They don't smell so musty. This volume of books in hand. Should reading material, would you? No. What a dreamy idea. Bad dream, remember? For me, at least. Wonder you don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading is an experience that comes up once in a lifetime. Just as a tea ceremony teaches us. We expect this conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. We know this is to be the lodging of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. Seems you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Can't believe he was looking Susato stand squarely on the eye while feigning ignorance. Or sure, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It appears that the pair of you are under some misapprehension. No? How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your sloped compatriot of the crime. It doesn't make sense. Good Detective Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. the book place, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. Speaking of the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. You think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? So you don't think, even? That I could not tell you. But it was an aberration eating my faculties. That's why I returned here. But this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no! Oh dear. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Gardeep, retired military man. It's the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. First time I've ever met a paid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologise, as you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much as my Great Britain primer. So conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Broken betoken their social standing? Sorry? I'm with Ronosuke. But simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. The upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. For precisely that reason, that I find great stimulation in this situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Gardeep. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. Very less what he means to say. Hold on, I'm gonna look a little. Oh, I can't look. This room is fairly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man who's lost to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Is that not somebody to stab no one? Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. Let's talk to the room, Mr. Sholmes. Well, is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there's a window, of sorts. It's been completely blocked with bricks. Oh, you see, yes, that question is quite simple. Window talks. Window? Talks? What's that? Surely, not attacks on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. So relatively recently, a tax is levied on households in this country by the number of windows. What's the latter means? Having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly close windows up. While the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favour with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful! And unjust! Most people live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease is rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, thereabouts, window tax was abolished. Legacy remains, as you can see, in squad lodgings such as GEs, for example. Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. To appear so, I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. This room is so awful, I should think. This one Natsume only moved here about 1 week ago. Ah, yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, but I'm not worried for their attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Is it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You know that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? The occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only just yesterday. Really? Well done, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Can you come back to investigate? Oh yes, that was indeed my initial intention. There are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. When I fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of the room, and there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. One more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance in this case, but I am quite sure the retired armyman who owns this property is hiding something. The security is? Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? And I figured as much. No, at present. That is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo. Your investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps this time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Gardeep's secret. Remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo! Man, indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. See you, Sholmes. February, Mr. Gardeeb's room. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the Detective Chop, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Is there Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a big bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. But Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Fully good show. Cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Hold on, why don't you tell me what... Arrgh! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bloody well doing? I'll be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Don't leave it to me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with the young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. So luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out? Sholmes. Mr. Gardeeb is hiding something. It's not our evidence investigation seem open at the moment. Perhaps we should do some digging. We have a pile of books here, Mr. Gardeeb. Do you enjoy reading? I have experience with London Winter Boy. The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Rain's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Gardeeb enjoys the mentions of Herlock Sholmes too. Duff has a great many followers, it would seem. Herlock Sholmes, what the hell are you doing? Candle looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. Ah, that old thing? Yes. It's just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimgrack, really. Oh, used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. No, it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really. But, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. So everything in this room has an elaborate story behind it. Your memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. Sholmes, what are you doing in here? Ah, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? You're like Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching over the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Exactly. Cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is. It lacks an aperture for such observation. So there's a liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Herlock, you are such a weirdo. Humph. Well. Dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need. Well, certain great detectives. Great mind! Oh, it's time. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. I see even the most trivial trifles. You're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. It's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let's conclude the matter before dark. In other words, it's time for the dance of deduction. Mr. Garrity, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems that your Sean's conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. We're in a dense jungle of logic and reasoning. I am the king of beasts! Arg! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, yes.
You want some popcorn?
So, shall we begin? I will take popcorn. Yoink. Hey, soda. Chat, we are back. I have popcorn and a soda now. I didn't expect a second bit of food. So let's have it again. Once again, here comes the first visit. He is logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. Bum 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 bum. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. The fearsome beast has been on the rampages of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with military breeding, reading your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. If you're at a glance, Mr. Curdy, leads us directly to the answer. The beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, for an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. Damn it, Sholmes. What is this spiteful, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? But living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild beast are still very much in evidence. Well! As we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame? Me? Pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? The dress pocket is as a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. But protruding from it is a handbill, and it has like a circus show. Ah! Yes, we sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Gardeep. At Batsy's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. He sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe! I most certainly did not! I believe I made my point. He switched from animal in this room. Was an Indian lion. In a simple visit to the circus now, we revealed the lion prancing jubilee through a ring of fire. Now, Mr. Gardeep, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that life flows, the distress that loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being rewarded by that supporting arm. Spits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. The envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah! Your cutlets of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. So you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh dear me. Could have caused such a destructive outburst. Ah! This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. The wondering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Ah! There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with unsated appetite. Was it not once said by a certain noblewoman that they had no bread, that to eat cake? Sholmes? What the hell? It is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Sure, I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. It's only one logical conclusion. Hooked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match for those of a lion I once saw in India. You are so off course, sir. This concludes our lection's great deduction. This beastly puzzle. Arrgh! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring something cold tea over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gardeep. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deduction can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that you're caught up in front of Ova. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in. Again. Can I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. Scientific truth also often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, then Mr. Gardeep's maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. But that the former military man held his own against the species using that large cannon! But they sold the lions at the circus. What about the food? Eating potatoes are one thing. I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Mr. Suzuta, comes to me with some regularity. Irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they're infused with a highly inappropriate taste for afternoon tea. I disagree. Oh, what a glorious admission. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. It's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. Slight massage. That's all Mr. Shone's seductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help Mr. Natsume's case. Still, covering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Start again. From the beginning. A Frolic Shrooms, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Dum, dum, dum. Pretty sure he's looking right at the stupid cannon shells. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gardeep's reaction, it really seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Something with a very fierce nature. It couldn't have been a lion transported from India. What was it then? Must follow Mr. Gardeep's gaze. To lead us to the true answer.
Take that!
Mortar shells. Nope. No. What's this photograph? Appears to be from Mr. Gardeep's wedding. Looks very heavy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something has struck the glass directly over one's face. It's a plump form. Be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Sure. It's her wedding ring. It's a large, sort of embellished sunflower. Did he look... I'm gonna go with... Go with newlywed wife. Newlywed bride. The true nature of the beast that has one rainbow here. Veiled by that newlywed bride. Essentially, Mr. Naruhodo, no explanation could possibly fail. Just a minute ago, you were talking about freaking lions! It's the string picture your wife, Mr. Gardeeb. The fact that her face is obscured, her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast just played herself in this room. It's your wife, Mr. Gardeeb! Yarg! We're still very much in love. It is. Well, Rajah. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mrs. Gardeeb anywhere. She's right in front of you. Maybe clues to her whereabouts. Clue that this maid is trying to hide. Could be.
Take that!
Wedding ring. Saw it. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! It does. That's why the gleaming on your finger gives you away. It's identical to the one shown on the hand of Miss Gardeeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gardeeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gardeeb herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detective, sir. So rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes. My Joan. I'd have let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally crocodile. Urgh! It appears you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. Well, you were a retired army, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. Discs. Therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you! Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment! A man has his pride, don't you know? My colleague's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. I also cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. To my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Gardeeb has his wife work as his maid? Seriously, am I right, Mr. Gardeeb? One in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! Ah, Mr. Guardian. I still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. I see it. A beast. Uncomfortable. Miss Garrity was standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Significant. What could that puzzle of his really signify?
Take that!
Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Over that impressive mark on your cheek refuses to fade. With you, Madame Jean Gardy. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Arrgh! How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us, even once. To keep your other side from view, well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? You must ask yourself, what caused Madame Garrity to fly into a rage? Follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Lion fodder? Yes. Existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food is Mr. Garrity's wife. She's a person, not a thing. Wow. Give her husband a mighty slap around the face. Left a perfect hand mark, in fact. What a woman would have hit her husband with such force, I wonder. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. Good reader. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, no it is, it is. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look, there's a signature. Lip marks. Made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Okay, any idea, Suzuto-san. Oh dear. I'm sorry. This bookmark is actually a love note now. Yoink.
Take that!
Bum, bum, bum. Yes, it is this love note that's given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. This note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Yarg! What? I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? And that wasn't written to me. It's just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Arrgh! A likely story. Listen here, Joan, old fake. I explained at the time. I put the book in a second-hand place. And that note must have already been in there. Previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Arrgh! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written 2 J's. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Arrgh! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? In And there we have it. No suspicions that the female heart, unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. And in front of the range, the ferocious beast carried out one last little attack. Unimaginable. I know what it is. But surely Miss Gertie didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt. For wild temper. Need to fix. Need only to follow Miss Gertie's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Yes.
Take that!
How about this candlestick? It's missing a candle. Like the candle on the floor. To explain the entire state of the carpet, you need only look at the candlestick. It's illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. The votes avowed are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge are clearly given the truth away. Scorch marks! It would appear that this room is the scene of a little martial altercation. Miss Gertie's muddy arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. In seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. The most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently look, but my dear fellow, so you see, there's but one conclusion here. At the sparks of martial discord flew, the room was at the scene of a fire. Mr. Shob, sir. I salute you! I love how he got up just to fall over like an idiot. Elementary! Elementary! It's these dashed long-winded nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop around the corner. Found my old novels there. And in one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. But your wife managed you harshly, it seems. Don't know about demolished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly enough to script. Arrgh! Here we go again. And the carpet, was it destroyed by a fire when the candle fell on the floor? For to say it was. All in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a body thing. Caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted toward picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. The spread, of course. The bally finisher started going up as well. You'd hide to mess behind that screen for the time being. Here, Mr. Gertie. I've nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh! And the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back against the window, under heavy enemy fire! Scenario books incoming 10 by the dozen. Most of it is, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through yet again. You're an idiot. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. Something you're doing was a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Shins turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full frittle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It's 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. Exactly the same time. If the terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. More terrified on the inside, I can assure you. Politely could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. I would have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gardeep's situation now. What does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. Worried that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something. Though I cannot be sure whether the secret would be proved to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. No, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind, one thing fall into one of only 2 categories. Is relevant to the case and does not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. The 4 grades of words that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is that the time already? To this case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So, no more time to think. Please, do you take yourself to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Gardeep. Oh yes, I'm sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Your son will be waiting for us. But I'm going to have to give him an answer. Oops. 19th February, Briar Road. Hey, Mr. Naruhodo, we must hurry back to the prison. Let's say Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gardeep's house. Who the hell are you? I do not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling a man? You weren't looking any pretty. There are not more things that heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Oh god, it's Shamspear. I totally forgot this character was in this game. Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looks as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ronosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see? Eh? Lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Tisk! Tisk! Fine, I'll be on my way for today. You mark my words. Yes, I don't forget! Get thee to another! Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Ladies and gentlemen, Shamspear. I hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What is that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I've dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Gardeep residence? Oh, furious maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I dwell in this humble abode. Mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worry a polemus in my better words in here, could there be? Sorry, battle, did you say? What's it stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can totally hear no longer. Very well. What a bizarre character. I really don't understand it, but I think he's returned to his room. Since he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Soseki sounded that man's lodgers. The Gardeep house is certainly full of eccentrics. We'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return, so we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. But yes, that was Shamspear. And he's a absolute weirdo. 19 February, 6:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 9. It's time for more poses. From Soseki. Oh! It's you! You're here! You came! Welcome to the Mr. Hello, Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! You have issues. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would play with pleasure to accommodate such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, liberties! You have issues. Oh no, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Something more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is for friendship and transcending international borders that one fully appreciates the fact. Which is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable spy! Sherlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? No intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in a gloomful room, and having amassed the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I should drop in on my way home to see how our invested friend is faring. Gloomful room? Gloomful room? Is your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. And you! How dare you! Sherlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to get it bitten. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. Not that my luck will be cursed by tomorrow's trial. But as well, my whole life has been damned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Once before, didn't he? Lodgings were cursed. I mean, there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. But this is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so good? You're making me nervous. Just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper de Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 millionth words! The defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Can that really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruto successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances, Mr. McGilden. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Miss Suzuto. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely! That's some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Oh, of course he is! Then why are you trying to scam me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Let's learn more about this Reaper of the Bailey. Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. So Van Zieks is not like other prosecutors in this series, and has not won every case literally ever. Oh, that's good. This guy's hand looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. Not unaware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, which the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion, in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling in imposters as witnesses, and so on. With such underhanded means, those who would want to, and to are able to sway the jury. It means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. It means the wrong verdict can be passed. Sadly, from time to time, my dear madame. It's simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. With their education, they see them leave the court with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortunes, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm... Oh, done for doomed! Stop posing. When you said accursed logics before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Cairdeep's house, I assume? You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were forward faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were all staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. I stood myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. It's very lonely, away from your homeland for such a long time. And with a number of times, most recently, to the room on Bravo a week ago now. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. Rent is cheap. I took the money and appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He clearly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, if you have something to say, then say it! But if not, don't mention it in the first place! That's well said. But it was true. It was ultra true! You mean, the room really is cursed then? Since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm choked to death. My waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary sinister spirits! You really have to stop. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe? Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Right, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Borea, if you recall. The Borea. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At the time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. You helped us investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shitty-Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. So you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I never recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. You are an idiot. Why am I stuck with you? What did you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Become my own mind about what is to believe and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He's right! No, comes student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can believe in myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, not enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Right, look, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Said I had experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. Now that the man I was representing was found not guilty, all I said is something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. So that I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It's imperative that we prove that in court. Look, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You may need the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. A roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. This is Isata. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow? Help me in court? Absolutely. So this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Sure convinced that yesterday's trial will weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazama believed in me. Mr. Jones believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sasuke-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him fight his corner tomorrow in the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. Day 1 of investigating comes to a close. Now... I am back. Let's continue. We have a trial to get to. I don't think in this game that we have separate trial days, separate trial phases, and investigation phases. I should get rid of my jacket. It's actually no, I am still cold. Slip it back on. So we just have one investigation and then this. Anyways, we're back in the old Bailey. Never expected this. Thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are in a city toward Great Britain. The intention of learning the country's legal practices, in order to research the latest court procedures here. We need as much court experience as possible. Yes, I suppose that's true, but here's an Doc. It may well be his only term in court. Could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Well, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Are you gonna JoJo pose again? Oh dear, you're right. Your eyes are not terribly bloodshot. You're the book just a worm, as they say here in Britain. It's a bird that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. Oh, I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was worried I couldn't catch a wink. Now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. You all literally have people take something so literally. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to trouble. Damn it, he posed again on me. Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Oh no. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? Got a glimpse of the public galleries I walked by the courtroom. It's like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. No idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. You know why that might be, Miss Sisito? Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. Oh no, look on your face. It's just a coincidence then, is it? Well, not at all for me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Miss Sisito? As many different newspapers as I could to find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper bid to Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. In several years now, in fact. Until the day before yesterday. Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeeks returned to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. Read that more, I believe that appearance made even greater ways here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just read in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. They're all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant talk of the century to some of us. But here, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget that the fact could spark an international incident. So the very appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. Not a blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome soon, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Hey, well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. That there's really only one other explanation. Be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks. I don't believe in bad luck. What is such a luck? Why must I be represented with a man with such fair fortune? Why at least lucky you're alive? Can you stop posing? Don't forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight for you in your corner until the bitter end, and I believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be here on your side. Oh, benevolent law and locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Bruh. I've been your top forever! Should not forget this great kindness as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Only make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, here we go. Court begins. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This man is extremely energetic. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazama. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Hello, Van Zeeks. How's my favorite vampire? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. You are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being uncompatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. This is just odd. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Bruce, fair play? What are you doing here? Never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. And I must warn you, I'm a little more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. All you see is what you get. I'm a piece of big fellow. I'm afraid to say it's quite possible that much I foreigner did the deed. Hey, look! Look, it's Miss, what's her name? Come on, what are we waiting for? The daddy did it anyway. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that very same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended its discourse to the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who is doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst! Bloody oath they are! Just look at the swallow complexion, short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese! Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone! 1, 2, 3! Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Inspector, here to give the facts. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case in the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. So that was 3 days ago. She's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure. Comatose. I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running along Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn carriages. Long since stopped snow now the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. Being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take statements from her, of course. This is the case file, with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Yoink. Order the weapon that was used. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Raleigh Beat. Victim remains unconscious. Her name is gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown, apart from a single stab wound from the large knife. No other signs of injury. Sit was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Got it. I'll use that. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. A heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Scragged look at Soseki son, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Better know the script. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the plate as evidence. Hey, a jackknife. None. What do we know of the motive? Any valuables, I presume? Hey, this blade is, first of all, not covered in blood. Second of all, it's broken at the tip. That's weird. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Suzuto. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could be still lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. That's weird. Weird to me is that there's no blood on this thing. One would think if it was stabbed into somebody, it would be quite covered in blood. Even if it was... It would still be covered in blood. Dried, but still. Nothing else to report. It's just really suspiciously clean. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. I'd imagine she would have had anything much worth finishing, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment with the victim. But I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookstore shops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. Time we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Theft and greed have been ruled out as motive. What reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing a young woman? We arrested the man in spite of that. In a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Manzix just tossed his entire wine glass. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. For it's you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Well, you does not arrest people without cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest your Nibonese student. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir. Ethan. Testimony time! Alright. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and it was unusually like folk. The testimony was reasonably good, and there was no one else around but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind, and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. This being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. A matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Alright. Old books, you say? Press everything. Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Those don't look like old books at all. We'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Your deputies are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Give me that. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks. The defendant is not denying everything, as he put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Natsume? Do go on. Mr. Natsume is admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Now that you mention it. When we visited him in person yesterday, he did tell us what all happened. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another head ahead of me. Woman wearing a green overcoat she was. Just as I went to overtake her, suddenly landed onto the screen and glanced onto the cold, hot stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. Fastened my legs and my custom lodgings. A green overcoat? But that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full colour. What the word come up with next? Is there nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident? It does not mean he is guilty of the highest crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Since this cross-examination could prove to be a pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. After you use this cross-examination, turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Well, there's two other witnesses that are coming up. I'm gonna press everything.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther now. That's late, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. That London is famous for its fog. In my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Well, it's not someone else London is tend to romanticize, so I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Means you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage. They were pulling. Just stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. In fact, no doubt, lamented by the accused. Are we able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them was a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. We must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand. Should it be necessary. But wait a minute! 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of the winter. Would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm not aware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite! Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. We really need to hear those witness statements. I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defendants is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. It's quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding into the victim's back. You said this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? So, my lord, yes. She's been treated at box. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial starts so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. Would have been the most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your false tone is seriously undermined by those stubbornly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. The 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabriel, Canterbury Learnings. Indeed, there were 3 books. No objections here. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The case could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume has his hands full with his books. The one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You made it said that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust a knife into the woman's back. Must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
Second-hand bookstore shop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Little English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Stock floor to ceiling with those musty old books. More about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector. Well, if I must, just you look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Closest second-hand bookshop to the accused logic is this place here. Bourbon Books. Place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. Add that! Oh, you just screwed up. You just screwed up. Add that to the testimony. You didn't think I had the receipt, did you, Gregson? So it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. Philip would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the Inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Important point is that the Inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Sir, yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Can there be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Hold this objection!
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is that, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Your, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, did you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that. Well, it's not such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, it is the bookshop that the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whatever the man purchases musty tones, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, street map here, if that may be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, please. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. And yes, he would have almost certainly passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books. It may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed the location at all. Could that be true? I might, but it depends on where this other bookshop is. I declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Roy, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. That's a good first objection. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mersham Street going east. There are 2 ways you can go to Mr. Natsume's lodgings, then. One is to go down Mersham Street and then Briar Road. The other is to go down Calabash Road and into the main road. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Where did you get another wine bottle from? My little Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. My point holds. He walked here, went there, and walked that way back. He was passing her this way, not coming down Briar Road from behind. Grr, put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. So what's coming down from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books? There's no doubt he still would have had passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Is there? Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, is somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tones, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Arg! Suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. I beg your pardon? Tell me, sir, but would you mind repeating that? No, heard it. Mustn't give up. What do you mean? It's correct. Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. Stink. So the accusation put forth by the prosecution very, very carefully. It was past the location of the incident on its way home from your books, but I object. There is another way home from your books. The assertion made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your book's lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took up the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, aha, yes, I've got it! So ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route you took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Of course. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. There's no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Could you stop exploding backwards? I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the course of time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? Even if that is the case, so... Agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean the jury are completely convinced now? Oh, crap. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury. Present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
It would appear the jury's ruling is unanimous. Ronowski, you know what to do. To the accept the members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Isn't there a headout? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those eyes of Troy not yet willing to give up and die. So presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. At least the defense's prerogative to carry out some summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letters of the law, we should proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm also familiar with that Nipponese woman established and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. The jury. Let's Explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? Said that the one in green collapsed for his eyes. Why could it have only been the victim? And would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. No, not in winter. Stepwoman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. My shop that. The Borman books. No, not worth a visit. Only ironic stuff that the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Topic occurred. The only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. Hello. Hi, Mika.
Did you get your form stuff work on?
I will work on it when I see it.
Okay, need any help, let me know.
I will.
Come on, out.
And the accused himself has made the same victim in a green overcoat, sinks to the ground before his eyes. But the more we've heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of this is the same his guilt now. To run away like that, I'm supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see. This is impossible. Can I possibly make a case for the defense? This is no time for grumbling. Do we want to force the trial to continue? Yes or no? At the turn of the tide. The jurors changed their minds. Well, for them at least. Exactly. We had no choice but to forge forward. Alright. Yes, my lord. Need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ronosuke. You can do it! Time for a summation examination. Jury examination. This is rebuttal. Hang on a minute. Oh. If he said the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, then why was she attacked from behind? No, that's not right. That's not right at all. This one is hard. Nipponese oddity already admitted himself. Woman was attacked from behind. Ooh, this is a tough one. This is attack from behind. Glasses for his eyes. I can't press these, I don't think. This guy is really not paying attention to literally anything going on. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to press him just because. But, like, I know that would be a waste of my time. All of these... None of these are admitted it himself. This guy just doesn't care about whatever's going on. Not in when going around the horses on his way back from the bookshop. I'm really not seeing it, chat. My brain is failing me. I know there's something I'm missing. See, the discrepancy I'm seeing is so stupid, in my opinion. There's no way this works. I'm gonna try it. If it fails me, I don't know. But this statement, in my opinion, and this statement are completely at odds. Because if the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, right, in my opinion, right, he didn't see where she was attacked from. She just fell over, right? That's my idea. That's dumb.
Objection! Hold it!
No, that's complete bullshit. That is dumb. A dumb statement. That makes no sense. Admitted to attacking game. Is this guy even paying attention? Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. Enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. During the day you're all talking about. And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. During the day you're all talking about. Before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and dumped my head. So I was after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. And I thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Running down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. 6. I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. May well be extremely... Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. He is just not paying attention. It's fine to hear the members of the jury soaking into this. Some of their opinions are rather subjective. Okay. So that wasn't worthless. I did something useful. Useful.
Hold it!
I'm gonna pull this guy and ask him. His life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Mine's on the line too. So is my family's. Like you wouldn't understand. Laborer like me can't afford to take time off. I don't work, I don't eat, and I need a wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. Every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late in the work again, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gossip like my supposing left, right, and center. It's your cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is. So, you weren't digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. But the old bookshop it was. What? That's right. Mersham Street it was. On the map, Mason Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add the information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can we just get this business over right now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Thank you. Let us take a good look. Look at Bourbon Books. If Mersham Street was being dug up the entire day,
Objection!
then he had no choice. Those two statements are clear at odds with one another. All counsel, explain yourself. Please, no point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of our local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited the bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendants were at home could not have taken them along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. But what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? So far, the good to show your tomorrow, the pavement up. The gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose it must be right, eh? Juror number 3, he said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we say now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Nahara. That was wonderful. I've managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other raiders to reconsider their stance as well. So their current leanings are really rather not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to set their balance completely. Exactly what we've got to do. To bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent. But whatever means we have to have at our disposal. And Van Zeeks is quite as hell. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's press this, because this... excuse me, but... aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. It was a gold rush down under. I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started frolicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten. How you treated me the other day. You had me on deck on water pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge? All sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah. Oh, goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. What's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garrity, aren't you? The landlord rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your idea, sir? And the maid you understand. She's keeping up that charade? This is gonna be awkward. I didn't mention this yesterday? You've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. So in the letter I received, the instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. He's only been a little over a week now. That time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime as this? Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sorting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know, people think he must be building a bomb under or something. Oh there, Mr. Natsume. How people say such things about him? So harvest bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Yeah, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Hang on a minute. Could have it been the victim? Or could have it been juror number 6? Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Oh, juror number 2, juror number 6. Why, whatever do you mean, sir? I mean, perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact which we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates on the day of the attack. You have been at your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. You returned home on foot. The man says he has no recollection of his return home journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat, who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Objection! Can we really be sure of that, madame? Why, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness! You mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench with me here today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that! My goodness me! Sorry, need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, who's the defendant must have taken the long road back home to his lodgings. That's true, and clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the one was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot, old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be rolling around there, we'd have boxed us off hours ago. Really? What were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? The crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? It's a crime to slip over the ice. It's a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Well, that submission examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
He takes a sip of his goddamn wine and he's gonna smash. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Van Zeeks, you are such a weirdo. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? Mistakenly credit these jurors with intelligence for describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection.
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 is undoubtedly repaying the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the payment which you had excavated, sir? That's right, took me a whole day and they paid me measly tuppence for it. Now, my lovely Lebanese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? Eh? I would dream of it! What a waste of time! Your coaches would have had hope of passing anyway, and we just turn on each other folk back when they come. Just jump over right over us all the time. Your guess is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I thought that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is this true? Is it? Controllable truth is that the books just purchased by the keys were found at the scene. Could be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down the bar road. Crash, missing a sense. An old man. Cold man, you could talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question. You slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious looking Lebanese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that you first saw. I would lay 1,000 to 1. Against you being able to prove it. Arrgh! Order! Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord. Such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer during the summation examination? Wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. Were able to see for himself on the opinion that the jury so readily swayed. My hospitality has its limits, and they've been reached, I feel. Cave coming off! So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. But what are you talking about? My lord! The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses. Mr. Nahoda, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. But that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who brings the expression to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say. I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end. Till this battle's over! Yeesh! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Mario! Rolling back, sir! There was a report on the street, sir! Your name is Spirit. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young down here's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Is he asleep? What's with his helmet? No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Oddly surprising. This being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Apart from the days off, I've got officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? Yes. I no doubt. I'm with my food now. Popcorn. But there's a lot. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets. Check. That means our reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean. Not you changing our street lights. You remember fighters of that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. If I can see on my feet, I collapsed long ago. Not saying that a policeman's primary duty is apprehension of criminals. His left duty, the constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. Ron Bobby is a man of honor. Slumber, in a man of slumber. The main question. His man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction and witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it really? Gospel Briar Beat, sir! Look at the front of the seat, sir! What a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! It's our wedding anniversary. Emily's taking me out for a meal. There's no change to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box. It's definitely that Japanese man at the in the dock. Really nice both on clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. It's true. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. He said no, in fact, because its alternative was not viable in the first place. An unfortunate chancing. On your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man, and I deplored for that. Gosh, the life of London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so we appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. The man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. No preamble, counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I'm gonna press everything.
Hold it!
No time to change out the work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh, no, sadly not. It's just a job for strapping young men only. Only children in the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children in the elderly get the job, can't you? I think Willie looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? I just finished my beat. But now we're heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed now. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, really. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. To spending the whole day on my feet. The police is my life, sir. So long as I was proud of this, I'll serve my queen, my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My walk card, sir, with the number London copper. It's a noble founding principles of the force written on it. As a right policeman of our sworn duty, to patrol the streets of London Town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! For such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know, at the burning of my boots is all Londoners need to hear if they felt safe and secure. So fighting a crime doesn't appear to commend to it then. But sir, you saw that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. This beat puts up with a lot being married to a boppy like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Look at these two are cute. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? These two are freaking adorable. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. It's a little over the top, perhaps? And then, can you describe what happened next?
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right! They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It doesn't exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And it was certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby. Oh, yes, quite certain. We start, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a little light fog on the ground. The Briar Road stood straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Well, firstly, takes the phone call. Your answer, please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir! As a couple who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I tweet to it, sir! I'm sure. My love for Patricia is true! Oh, Pat. Oh, really? I'm still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Seemed like that must be how it really happened. Beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? You fled the scene all too convincingly. I believe we have a reasonable, clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, and we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Oh, yes, that's right. There's some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, stop! The couple that dropped the number down. Or rather, where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. It's clearly pictured in this photographic print. That one Japanese man did it. Did that when he did the deed. be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. We saw him! It was the man in the dock without the question, sir! The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything! No one told you want to throw in? Wait, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. Suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. It seems as though they're telling the truth here. Never mind the quote, but this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman as his wife. Now please, continue. Yes!
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Ask Miss Pete to go. That's suspicious. You've been calling her Pat every other opportunity. Why do you now call her Mrs. Beat at this exact opportunity? I was off duty by that point. But the Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance. What do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. But the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to went to the police box on the beat. The incident fell under, so she can go and report it. Ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And like your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
Really, you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could! Us Slenders have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know! Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ah, yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is, it is. Once Vic can't even see the hand of it at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain. It was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused man, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! Just a couple of testimonies concerned. Can't be any question. This time they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Is it? That's their entire testimony? Evening, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I have to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it seems as though Mr. and Mrs. Pete saw what they saw. That's me running away from the scene of Broward that day. Yes, I feel the same. It's true. Where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Then what do we have to do? Kasama-sama, we're here. He would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. Somewhere else. Something about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling it into question would help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. To make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. But simply, focus on finding a discrepancy in the scene somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid a trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Or as I seem to be so... Okay, so there's a contradiction. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out of it! But, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. It was in Splashman, remember? And I know what I saw. Remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you names every single one I could. Every single one! The question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't do at all. Jimmy's lawyer had no idea what I'm capable of. Even though I decide to forgive him for some of this, don't think for a minute that really will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you could like an opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. Let's settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? You've just given me a perfect opportunity. And hold this objection. I think I could do the crime scene for the hold this objection. So, you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsignor somebody, what's it, earnings, a meal for someone, and the thing some means something. Your memory is apparently really terrible. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Look at this photograph! As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be! I saw them! Oh, I know what it is. You can't fool me? Sorry. It's a big old lump of a dead body! This large corpse is walking via the 4th book, that's all. Try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss B. But Mr. Natsume couldn't possibly drop the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your short tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Ah, evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substitute your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Hold this second-hand book receipt! Take that! The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day, but as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madame, cannot be relied upon. Guard! So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. No. Oh no. Oh no. No!
Objection!
Nice one. Objection. Hey, Van Zeeks. It's plainly evident that it is your positive that cannot be relied upon, my learned Japanese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! So he's striving to avert attention from that magnitude of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ah, is this right for me? Your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? Quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To Felician's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. In Umbriar Road, until the 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It shows 3 books. Right, only 3 can be seen in that print. You mean to say... Break. Let me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Hey, I know that book. The Lion's Pride, eh? Where have we seen that before? Hey, Van Zeeks. I'm about to blow your whole ass mind. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Oh, no! Can't wait to tell them who that book belongs to. Order! Order! Hey, see? Look at that! Look! Yes. Like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Just on this way, sir! The subject of receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the date in question. Rip the tiles once again, if you please. Yes, of course. Let's hear somebody or other. The picture monster and the cock. What's it, earrings? It's a berry earrings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. And you hear that, Rolly? Gentlemen paid me a compliment. Yes, sir! Flawless, sir! Patricia is flawless! 3 books in the receipt. Miss Brake mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. About that. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Thank you. And thank you. The prosecution rests. Except for the fact I know exactly who this book belongs to. And can prove it. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not in the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Even for the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage was occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Seems to raise a very flag with me. I needed to do that to get the information. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. Don't know any English literature at all. Wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. And very recent, too. Style I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. You two are both idiots. You can clearly see the burnt edge right there. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. Your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. This appears longer route to Riki's lodgings that you tried to establish in your submission examination. Consider discrediting of the witness' powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I fucked right into it. Didn't I? See, everything we just said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pot. Blame me, Pot. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nibonese travesty? Or is this a decision you have to make all too apparent already? We've all heard the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial's run its course. Ricardo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. No, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Renosuke, think. What do you do now? Objection!
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last course of the examination was a final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Humph. You would say that Little Eastern Island must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial system to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Ow? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! Good job, Renosuke. One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madame. Go ahead, Miss Susato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So let's take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I have! I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. One last chance here. Can't let this go to waste. Some evidence, my lord. Very well. This is one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Hey, take a look at this book, at this burnt-ass book. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
I've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grass at the time of the incident, no evidence has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. Afforded you this opportunity. You would like the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. To insist that you elaborate, counsel, you've identified this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Naruhodo. Trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means, you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. I already did, so, counsel. Precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
Take that! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! You might ask yourself, why is the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? What of it, my Nibonese friend? concede the point. It bears no relation to the case. There's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Need to enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? This charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. Not such chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you could ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? Its owner! My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how could you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Also, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this book? Presenting John Garrideep for the court's consideration. The answer is that book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideep, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garrideep herself! Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideep's wife. I'm his maid! Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideep's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You must measure without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know. Not on the day in question. And almost exactly at the same time, the victim was stabbed on the pavement below. Another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideep's house. Good lord! What's the incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. Where to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a belly fitting. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The ballet furniture started going up as well. But some days I lost my favourite, book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that is subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is rightable. All you told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer it magically removes itself from the scene of a crime. Perhaps it would make more sense. I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideep was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideep, even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. Can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, really? Absolutely not, sir! And Patricia will never raise a finger against me, sir! One of my favourite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Now I stopped hurling things at me. Where was I? Inside, back to Capsudo. And I heard my enemy fire! Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Man had his back against the window. Was burning books from it, and goodness gracious! Are you suggesting the book was thrown out through a window and And not coincidentally at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. Report of the Garandeep's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garandeep household. Is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No longer would even leave a weapon in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Witnesses claim that the book was found at the scene of crime was a flaming projectile through my their Garandeep's wife. Yes! I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough! Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. I mean coward! Really? Well, to set the whole different photo light. Honestly, I'm saying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this piece of case. Not anything. And it's solely our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. For your failing defense. Your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. Sit here now, listening to this nippity-spuddies fancy foreign theories. Think about it. The only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. You ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Tell you. Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, another jury are once again in full agreement. With Van Zeeks. Truth, my lord. The police have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to save the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh, hi, foot. The books are your predication, my learned friend. Study them on your own time. What? Don't forget the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Damn it! Thank you. The unambiguous response. Twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Suzuto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Mr. Jurors to change their minds. We have one more chance. Oh, Lord. Summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. Anybody. Cover the truth! This 2 summation examinations in one case is absurd, by the way. I've considered the defense's counsel request for a further submission examination of the jury, and I determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to the procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second submission examination. I presume the jury is ready for Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Again. Although where we freaking go from this point in the trial is crazy. Oh, it's at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. Novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even the one was wearing books. Can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Give me the sneezes. Are you even paying attention, old man? More tangible arguments from old man as a jury this time round, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. The law student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. The court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing the defense scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, the eyewitnesses are correct. It would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. It seems, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Because the name and the method by which the attack was conducted. Saying this might be hard. You have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. Preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. Assume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. In this case, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Gardeeb. We've booked had disappeared from the Gardeeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. Sweet way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mr. Gardeeb and how she reacts. Even the things other people say. The jury examination, numero dos. So we might have to pursue.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Last winter, my grandchildren made me a lovely cake on my birthday. With 75 candles on the top it did. What a sight to behold it was. Put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not, it was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. So it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto. Anyway, I must have told my pop to blow them out. They must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Caught and everything went up. A little picture place filled with smoke. It definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as we tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we'd open all the windows to clear it. See, that's how you get there. The windows. The budding window air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. Forget that, but in a hurry. It was a devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. She could have done it, sorry. Yes, once again, the jurisdictions are full of personal prejudice. All of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. We need to pit them against each other, for us to accept an alternative explanation. Yeah, alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything says out, go for it in first strike. about the possibility that the window was open. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Phil over there said it earlier, didn't he? Wonders in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting in by the fire and staying warm, see? You can't already state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Must have wanted even having with us. Also, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. We just show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. This young man isn't going to budge otherwise. I'm gonna pursue, God. Just want to get this over with. How can I sit there and say something like that? Man's future is at stake. Well, him and me both then, like I said before! What? You'll do it already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the fence tomorrow morning. What? You or me? My missus isn't the one who must spot, you know. She could be fierce, believe you me! It's an example of marital bliss, then. Joe's neck just cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It's too frightening, that's the feeling. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the films by a scarf. I don't even go there, Mr. Zoto. Must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Objection!
Hold this objection! Those two jury's statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up! Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garridib household. And Mr. Garridib had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat! Pursue! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrity! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? How dare you plan hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Well, I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable. You wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved buck battering. Even though your house was on fire? Well, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nurse to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. I simply must have that added to Mrs. Garridib's formal statement. The workbook found at the scene of the crime shows various signs of fire damage. In the title of the book, is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw out your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I heard it straight at him. Now you come to mention it. Yes. He was right to enjoy reading it. You're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and for whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I really don't. But he knows I was throwing a book. What's the title of it?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Juror number 5, do you have something to add? What is that pose, by the way? You know something. I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. Ah. I was listening to what this Granny was saying. Brought it all floating back. Who are you calling a Granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. Just got back home after work's like. Put my hands on my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard of the half of it, boy. Oh? My wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the films. Sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses their mark, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. And hurt it. You mustn't think all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Since I tell you, you'll literally throw me for basically no reason whatsoever. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow, like. What? Attack? Or are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this means words. Could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Thank you.
Objection.
You two? Let's assume it's clear you have a deeply significant connection. Great, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain Guzzle at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation is as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, which located in Mr. Garrett's room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have been found its way from the Garrett household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Miss Garrett could have found any number of different objects at her husband's. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? You mean to think that, ever since the true origins of this came to light, now she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Listen here, you Eastern Gala! For this jury, I demand straight answer. You guess this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Thinking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrett household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife! Take that! Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was launched at the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gerda were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gerda was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and for which a book was sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Oh, even my missus ain't got aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. That's the point, that's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh, my. What? Yeah?
Okay. Do you want some ham and mashed potatoes for dinner? Or, I mean, there's soup too, but I just was trying to figure out what you might rather have.
I'll take that ham.
Ham and some mashed potatoes? I can take that for you if you want.
Yeah.
Ham with mashed potatoes tonight?
Sure.
Okay.
Not the most exciting thing in the universe, but we had so much ham. Ah! Miss Gerda, your answer, please. Have we seen this night before or not? Bud. And, my lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many answered questions. Mr. Foreman! I had to agree. Not that I think the Granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. That's how it's done. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So as a result of the defense's submission examination, a member of our jurors' leanings have changed. Jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue. Yikes. Now then, Lord Van Zyx, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. He's actually going to take a sip of wine. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. For me, Lord Van Zyx, defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Flelman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting. You must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Oh boy. Can't wait. Should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gerda household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gerda's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. See, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having potential significance, for book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smothering book, wantonly hurled into the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the class victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a nearly identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. Yikes. That prosecutor lost the sound of his own voice. Scissortail. He takes the source of perspective, Garde. How dare he? Uh-oh. I hit the wrong button on my gamepad, which activated the bad button. Which lags out my PC like hardcore. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. Prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy. But what the defense's precedent was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning, and as such, requires the jury to explode as an alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. I don't think Van Zeeks likes that, but whatever. To that end. Juror number 4, Miss Joan Garrity, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror. Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Yeet! And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My Lord Defense Fossil Fear has any truth in it, and both a burning book and jackknife must have flown from the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir! Possible brother! Rolly beat, reporting for duty, sir! Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, sir! I've been sent for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so correct as London Babbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you. No more! Oh, really, my hero, you make me swoon. These two are absolute idiots. Objective is his request. Oh. In order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthright before this court any details pertaining to the defense's ultimate explanations of events. Yes, sir! Oh, hey, he's awake now. He's still falling asleep at the stand, but like... This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrity. Believe me, Lord Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrity house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I'd like to see to go and fetch out. My trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Didn't take my eye off the screen for a moment, sir. Nothing straight to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail is not in the police report, Constable. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Him. I'm not going to excuse your certain drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but...
Can you open the door?
What exactly is the top-hinged casement window?
Oh, Dad did it. Here you go.
Thank you.
Yep. There's some milkish for you.
Can I get a spoon?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I always forget that.
And
you little...
You could not excuse your ignorance of such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry.
I hate that cat.
But Mr. Naruhodo. Look to the windows of Mr. Dear and Mrs. Garrett's room. Okay. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. The top hinge casement window is swung open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. Casement with this most prominent feature is its stay, a middle bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening. This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. Thank you. There's not a war. On the way. Damn it. In other words, if a book or enough would have been thrown through the open window, the ladder against the pane and falls straight down the pavement below. No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education with this is complete. There was never any possibility of either book or knife traveling 15 years over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. So angry discounted already. That can't be! Ernest get giving up. Do you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how you crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. I'm already marked. It's been destroyed. And so if you could drag yourself upright again, make counsel court await your cross-examination. My lord. Oh god. Another desperate situation. This is a great situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It's the noble founding principles of the Force written as a reminder to all the policemen of First Sworn Duty. You've said this before. Shared this before, didn't he? Hey, can't say I remember. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That's why I can send here beside my young all-proving I can tell you Bobby's good for his word. Without proving my that eyes admittedly. Sir! Oh, Billy, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. No, Pat. Oh, really? You two are very strange. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time. Absolutely, sir. I want to defense my ability, sir. It's surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute get related to this case. Before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes. Very much like you and all your countrymen to understand that the Great British Institution of Scotland Yard. So you'll take back some tales of London Bobbies and how we uphold our grounding principles. Yeah, I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'll be able to lend you my one card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Thank you. That might be really helpful, actually. Give me that. Let's take a good look at that. Let's see. Someone was trying to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrol officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the ferns of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with an initial investigation and help detect this. Got it.
Hold it!
What you mean they don't open fully? Is that correct? Yes, sir! They start to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from the inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here's the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the opposite side of the rather wide road. Should I stop indicating the thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mr. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigations yesterday.
Excuse me.
You have something to add there, lady? You have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly Speed. It's so close, you see? Oh, realized. Oh, yes, Street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly Speed and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable B. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Guardian household yesterday. This is on my beat, you see. Sir? That really was cutting it close then. Possible. I wonder if you could clarify something. The Guardian household is on your beat. Does that mean that the pavement next to it as well? Is that Mr. Gardop's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the wound had been attacked on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I mean? I think it was a good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? It must be it, my love. It must be it. Perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. Yoink. It's my turn, I think. Thank you.
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had got down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will get us to eternal happiness! What are you talking about? Can I get you to answer the question? If the flying book had constantly got the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. It'd probably be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, could actually see any stars. In short, I try to say that neither book nor knife crossed the sky before you. Yes, sir! That is correct, sir! I showed the night sky none is starless, sir! It seems like they're telling the truth. Poor woman falls to the ground, so we branched it over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that. You went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's right. Yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have had known exactly where I was going, of course. I feel bad, my love. We can't be expected at our location of every police box on every beat. Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. You two are idiots. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? You two are idiots. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my relief was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. It's off duty at the time, of course, but a true puppy is never really off duty, sir!
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. And my eyes were open the entire time. No one looked away for a second. No search the scene. Nothing was removed from it. I can swear on the yarns on us, sir! Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. Compared to widespread was originally in the Gerd of household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happens to be burnt as well? If that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hands? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand for the moment we arrived in the scene. Is that so? Think about this statement that's not sitting right with me. She's how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hands. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh boy, here we go again. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Uh-oh. Well, I wasn't really... I mean, what's you doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm more than my word I am. I really don't remember seriously I doubted you. Excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Your lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss B. I will allow you to submit your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. You're gonna make a mistake. I heard that. Japanese man takes a policeman's wife at work and counts her nothing, does she? Well, watch out, sir. Wait, you get away with something like that, but I really won't. Duly noted, Miss B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could you possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Hold it!
Miss B, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The loose man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinging away from the scene. No, but I did see as well. I didn't see any flying bugs or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes. Oh, that's a little embarrassing, really. I was ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
You have something to add to that, Rolly? Cosmobee, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Your wife's from work just now. Bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box and then the next beat over for mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. Thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, really? You're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Please, so romantic. With farthings and halfpennies it found on the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I've forgotten all about it until just now. Have you, my darling? Oh! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. We had the problems. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Cosmobee looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo? But I'm quite sure of one thing. Speak about the bouquet. Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Manzeeks is unusually quiet during this cross-examine.
Hold it!
Let's question that. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. We ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any lights. Didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other gospel, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. The funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss B, the victim is not deceased. I thought fluttered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I got over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. Someone moved from one side of the road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? The worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet again. And from when we left the scene, that beautiful girl was really about me. With the change for the gutter he spent so long collecting. A bouquet. Do you perhaps mean this, sorry, solitary rose? Oh! Oh! Yes! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for an anniversary. The odd bits of change she found in the gutter. We just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Brownseeks, where did you come by the flower? According to a report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garridip household. In front of the Garridip's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It's believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the road. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for a good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Give me that. But it's a symbol of our love. Give me that. It's very stylish paper the flyers wrapped in, isn't it? It's just old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. So exotic of me. I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Sister, you do love your cakes. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. This is a rose. I've already seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. You live in Japan, that's not a surprise. Perhaps you should consider branching out? That pun is extremely painful, and I hope you know that, video game devs. Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Anything else of interest? This binding looks interesting, but I can't really examine that because it just examined the paper. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best to not forget, Miss Pete. Hold this objection. If you didn't take your eyes off the crime scene for 1 minute, how did the anniversary bouquet end up from one side to the other? Hold this objection. You claim, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime when the policeman assigned to the beat, that the bouquet you drove to the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of our road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom cannot be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager!
Objection!
Well, if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? You've seen it too, Ranzeeks. No one has approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that Scotland Yard's honor. The key belonged to me. It's nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, Sally, it's not your bouquet we're talking about here. It's my pills. For tonight. Well, the one thing in this case is seriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, it's Mr. Garrideb's book. It's a copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife. Would have struck the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my ruling said something wrong. Listen to what that Scotty lawyer says. What are we know about books and bouquets? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Miss Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all testimony points to that one peculiar person. Also, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? The only person who could have possibly done it in those 15 minutes. Rolly Beat! Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat! It was you! What? A policeman? Remember Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one stronger than my husband. No puppy works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch an officer on duty. That you were absent for the scene. It's the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? But it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you drop your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right, he's right! My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? Doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Consul, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. You're mistaken. I'm sure I need no point out that your reputation as lord will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. This will be motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Where the bouquet fell. Where the bouquet fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why, exactly? Hmm? Oh, well, of course. The reason is... Do you have something to hide, my learned friend? For it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Or could it be, perhaps, that no reason exists? That was... He didn't even try to hide his displeasure. That was a reasonable accusation, bro. Okay, it's not where the victim fell. The victim didn't move at all. Wait, did they? Could they? Well, we only have 3 options, so I can kind of just waste 3. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this bummy had to cover up at all costs. What? That was correct? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? The people on the Briar Road. This all happened, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. In fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I was kind of on the right train of thought. I'm beginning to wonder this tumultuous trouble and counsel. If that's your hesitation, then the court is dying to know, my Ebony's friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Is it not obvious?
Take that!
But that's... the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gardner's foot fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. But that's right, I saw it with my own eyes! It was 5 o'clock in the evening, and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. We saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. It was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true! It can't have been! Constable Beak did arrange for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. During the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. The constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume? Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the race bouquet. Lord Manzik said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. So it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Royal Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything, come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on a particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Fenzies, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Say no. Be beneficiary to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel of the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord? Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. What's my lord? England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Is it not obvious? Take that! I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, for the modern world, patrolling the beat is the most demanding world in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat, in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that a young Bobby is charged with a great deal to each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford a simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. We saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. It must have gone through the man's mind. It's one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I'm sure my dear wife how much I care. And now, the end of this case. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, why do I need to read that? It's the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to tell me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said. It's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper. that I'd ever called. Stay close to me, Pop. The coroner could be lurking somewhere. So we ran over to the scene. I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detect this. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? The cop's job to guard the scene of a crime, so to bet she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. Then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is not a beat next to mine, Pat, so I have to go to the police box that covers it. Go right around Measham Street, and then... And with that, we have cut to the heart of the matter. A lying policeman, a marital feud, and a man caught in the middle of all of it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Richard shirt out for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night? You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, Beverly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pops. Oh no, really, that was my fault. Should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, slow it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. Slow. Freedom Draw by Mr. Natsume, and the fourth. Being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. When did you place that book in the victim's hand? No, this was scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? We first ran over to the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Sure, it was this book, The Lion's Pride, the victim was holding. Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. I thought it was an open and shut case at the first time, you see. There were only two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think of moving it over the road would make a jolt of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. Because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Ah? Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial's not yet over. Sir? Okay. What the hell now do we do? Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Never thought of a third party transporting the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Fensix, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will. If further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime. Very well. For the court's consideration, Joe Garadib! The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadib. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadib, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadib. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and it cleared the smoke from the room. Your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was coming with his back against the window. When striking the pane of the open-hinged casement, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During this argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just book, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garadib. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up in front of my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I had no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Fanzeeks? What the hell are you doing, my man? Is he helping? Oh? Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or good knife. It could have come from anywhere. Something like that at home. One went missing. How would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadib? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. See, hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come on now, jump up. Do your worst. Oh, well. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Evidence like that, believe me, I would have fronted at her already. Then take this down, juror. Yeah? The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify? You will make a mistake, juror number 4. Or should I say, Joan Garrideb. So I'm sure you will appreciate having observed with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. How dear me. I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garrideb. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. It's so weird to have him working with me now. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror, and such like. Even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. So your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame? Yes, my lord. That took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. When did you get here? Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Was it only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Well, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. I'll notice it. I'm not so tough to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. Assume you are Mr. John Garrideb? Yes, sir. Former Second Lieutenant, the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northland Fusiliers, sir. Seen a fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? We're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question. Well, yes, quiet. This may represent the first in the periodic history of the British court. Calling juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once! For some reason his voice continues to slip into being J.K. Simmons. The Battle of Garrideb. It's on the day you're referring to. The wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Locked the chaos to cover and set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out though and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. No knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That Barley thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Press all of that. Like the battlefield in your household that evening. No an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. You know we caught us on the hop, sir. And there's just to dig in and take defensive measures. Well, so the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute. We'd have become toast. Of course. But I consider myself. I was only too aware. Every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. We're still talking about a marital quarrel here. Well, so I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. Once focus narrows on such that surroundings are barely noticed, we'll not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. I think maybe I'll be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination. This game is very long.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrett. A passionate note, in fact. Mr. Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. But a sort of a farce. Hell on earth. I say, when a trap says a chemical suspect, it's quite easy not to drag it all up. Besides, I thought it was right on the mark anyway. No mark anyway. Likely story. Love is felt very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face. Why didn't I get that stupid bookmark as evidence? Damn it.
Hold it!
For I also sprayed some items of furniture, didn't it? Bookcase, my armchair, anything in mind really. Besides, there was some bathwater around it, evening, so I sloshed it about to put it out. Most precarious position he put us up in. Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Draw water from a water pump during the day if you need any, see? Watchers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. I doubt that little mustache Japanese man buys waters in bottles, I believe. Mr. Natsume, you know? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know? It's the home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea all hours? It's obviously very well off. You actually seen this another man? If he uses all his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, he's able to douse a fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. And wants to throw, she must throw! Certainly. Not true of us is a takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, she knows I was thinking that. So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. There's a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day. No, honestly, I don't recall. I feel I must point out no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? You have something to add, sir? Mr. Garrett. Yeah, don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. So the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction is somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. One's aim is uncanny. It's landed a direct hit with every volley. Arrgh! Good grief, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dear me. We're so sorry, dear. What are you even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? This thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Got to clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did? Yes. When I went to pick up the thing up, it was broken in two. You see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. Never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to manage the thing up for now. Ha! You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. Roanoske. Vince believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This wolf at its words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingrate yourself with a young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Thank you. I will take that. Then speak out in turn, Mr. Naruhodo. No, you did exactly what I wanted you to. Well, would you look at that? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be. Would you look at that? I figured as much. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garden's dressing gown. So must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garden, given that he's gone to trouble repairing it like this. Or that, or he can't afford to replace it. Small nick out of the bowl here. Look, prints have been made relatively recently. See how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. Seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. It's catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. Thank you. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in their chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. It's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it'd be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Hey, I want to know what's missing from this knife? Wait, part of it's missing. Could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. Remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside of Mr. Garden's pipe. Yes, it's just a navy. Oh my! It's a perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. I didn't update it, though. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request is turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks for seizing us and we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garden. Now if we can return to the crux of the matter. Could you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Hold it!
Press? Sorry? Would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. We got a partial dose about a carving, you see? Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leatherwork. So to say we're always living nice about the place. We have dozens of the little things. Sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the present 19. Needs to say I snapped them up. Joe prefers to use 2 nice meal size too, instead of a knife and fork. No, Joe. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Arrgh! There we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so invasive? Because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. I understand. But still, go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir! I have the evidence. Hold this frickin' objection.
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bloody thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Dad back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even I'm trying to enjoy a large print book, but if I had these days. Struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing to be asked every other letter and every other word. Was D very dizzy? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Well, suggesting that it is in some way related to the matters of stabbing on Briar Road. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of the case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well done. Present the apparent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case?
Take that!
Take that! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. Common issue with inferior blades are that unsavory street markets, criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in the victim's bones. What is this particular knife? No doubt it's suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Ah! Arg! Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks! I don't believe it! The knife and the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match! Good golly gosh! Order! 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 Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have asked ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside of Mr. Garrett's knife pipe? Something that was clarified to us in the most recent witness testimony. Swing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not the note with one of her soft projectiles, she did? Yes. Never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Scarab flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife Mr. Garrett was just striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside of Mr. Garrett's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! Yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house, it's the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
Van Zeeks, what are you doing? You just objected. Are you going to do something? Please. A full-bodied fury. I'll give you that. Oh, great. Complex bouquet, seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a fury. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, Oh god, the boot is coming back again. Spotted by insurmountable inconsistency. Insurmountable... What? How are you talking about? For God's sakes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Consistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right! You silly little man! Not JoJo thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. He was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. The knife that struck her had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the server victim's back. Yark! Order! Order! Right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. For words, look. I knew it. I never liked this fairy in the first place. No, what really did happen? It appears the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. Fairies among us, you cannot stop. Your fairy, my London friend, is history! We were so close. This is proof. I'm so sure we were on the right track. Now the way has been blocked completely. But what in just one simple inconsistency? In other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, or the interference will stand. But Scissortail! Scissortail? I don't even see how we do that. Mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. Call off guard, that's all. Your mind went blank. The path you were on is indeed correct, and the way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there! Wait! The lion's pride! The first thing that was thrown was the lion's pride! It knocked her out! I seen it! I seen it through! I can see this. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nibonese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tactical acceptance that your fate is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Hold this goddamned objection, Van Zeeks. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That it can explain how the knife fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence which you speak. I have seen the line of logic. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can consistently make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... the fourth book! The Lion's Pride! Take that! This, the fourth book, found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. There's the music. Yes! The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gertrude's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Perfect claim. Clearly it's just a book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, no. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first went over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Out there, me. We know that the bookshelf on the top floor the guard had hustled onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking above the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Scaredip, and what do you think the woman did? And what would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you in the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! When the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, Nick's object fell from the room above, that jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly next behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed onto the floor, darkened in the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. If it was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this is nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case! Get freaking wrecked, Van Zeeks. You have been utterly destroyed. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. Wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. Now there, old bean. Or Mrs. Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. Let my anger get the better of me. For that book. And for the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Good catch. He is trying so hard. Flump. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrett? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall now prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. Just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes? On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland, studying our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. What a hell of a win, bro! No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. So she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits looking into the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. When it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help! For a doctor! For the police! You are way too energetic. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationships of trust between our two empires. For that, I am truly sorry. Mr. Garrett is the fourth juror. Could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Van Zeeks doesn't look so happy. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Concluding this trial, I must ask you one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As a foreman of this jury, I can assure you, we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect one next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old beamer is just the action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say I'll have a coke of soda to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Woo! Very well, Miss Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty! Yeah! Heck of a win, my boys! And finally, Mr. Natsume? Oh, yes, Lord Sir? You are now a free man once more. It's my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir. Of course. All my life, I swore never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm drunk for the 2 tears. Sasuke, please stop everything. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. That was a hell of a win, boy. And by the skin of our teeth. 20th of February, 3:17 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, Locum! A win we can actually be proud of. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there not a Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo. Squire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilation! You have a problem. Happy, party, happiness, hurrah! You need to stop. Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Well, it'd be so hard to just say that, then. Locum, you did it! Save me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. Then everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely loyal Locum lawyer! Are you charging a Kamehameha? What are you doing? Yes? I mean, as if I said before, I just never got used to life here in Great Britain. So I look over my shoulder. I see foreigners. I see towering big buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you Locum lawyer gave my limb the boot. Stood from behind that barrow on our bench before that those blabbering British. You better to the bitter end. They bear the baffling truth. When I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of ladies before I bellowed. Behold the best arson ever born! Okay, you really need to stop. Well, that's very flattering. I'm very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount from my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? So that's when it comes with all my hard work. Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Shones, what a pleasure to see you. I see I'm out here a moment too soon. Disaster's been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. Trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my hiss is in vain. It's you, Productions! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, and you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. But to recognize you at first. Briefs encounters have taken place in the gloom. None of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. The close space. In the light. Charming. So, this is all your fault. Productions! The reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. It was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. I don't want to have been shaken by such experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. No, Dad. What was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry. Really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Sasuke-san. Anyways, why are you here? Says Shelms, anyways. So, on the bright side, you found an extremely entertaining experience without even paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I've forgotten, you know? It's fascinating that man. It means when you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! Wait, we'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. The Reaper appears trying to make it trouble. We'll protect you! Hiya! Why are you demonstrating on me? If a personally executed to take down. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Suzatel. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've even been honored with the tutors of professors. Learned so much about the wealth of literature here, what the city is shaped. I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Well, perhaps in less real terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world. To escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not all! It at all. The more I learn in literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I'm compelled to return to my roots, and turn to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. The Work of Literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. Without Miss Suzato and yourself, Mr. Naruto. Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? Weakest night yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we've finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. Calculate we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well done! You take my lodgings? Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows. More than makes up for with the floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great! And of course, we happen to leave behind because an evil spirit! Oh my, an evil spirit! Oh yes, tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's infallible wake-up call! Well, think about it, if that's alright. Wait, do you mean the cat? So I can offer a more welcome alternative? Would you consider taking lodging with me? Really? Well, vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Does up in the attic, I might add. Yeah, are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price. Lars is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. Assume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this simply is wonderful. What an honor to live invited to take part in the great detective's office. This attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is not then. Then settled. I must fulfill welcome dinner this evening. Let's come to, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. But thank you. And yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shan't take long. Somebody's happy. It shan't, even. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. Sure that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I didn't realize that I belong in Japan. But locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be reached in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. But we have Aftermath to get to, don't we? 20th February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. It's roomy in here, actually. So this used to be our new office, yes. Our office? I'd rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. Hey, it's Sholmes in his casual outfit. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Ours and I are delighted to welcome you. Hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Please assist Mr. Natsume arrives. We have lots to celebrate. First, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid! So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. Can't help but wondering what adventures await us. Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. So I discovered the doctrine about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirror. The brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruto. Welcome to London. Well, of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of the words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. It wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. That is the end of Case 4. The clouded Koro comes to its end. The next case promises to be a recreation of the most iconic Sherlock Holmes story of all time. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Perhaps the most famous Sherlock Holmes tale of them all. Even if you know literally nothing about Sherlock, you know the name The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortals ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering gaze. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Next time on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Naruto solves the adventure of the unspeakable story and the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles. See you then!